Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. I am Digital Dragon, otherwise known as Luke, and I am a 3D printing variety stream channel here. We do everything from building 3D printers to printing, cosplay helmets and signs and other things here on the channel. I'm sorry I'm a little bit befuddled today. I spent the last hour fighting with my streaming computer and my primary camera, which all of a sudden just keeps freezing and disappearing from the system. So if it happens again, I will switch to the secondary camera and it'll just be a weird off-angle view for the rest of the stream. And I may have to rebuild my streaming computer from the ground up or go back and take a bunch of software off and try and reload some software. At this point, I don't know what's going on with it. But today was going to be a little bit of a laid back print and chill stream. The plan was that hopefully this set of 50 penguins was going to be done. It's midway through another print. We'll let it go for a little bit as we're waiting for everybody to come in and join us. And then I will try and stop it once it's done with this next penguin. And at that time, I'll go ahead and remove the spool that's on it. And the plan will be to shut it down, remove the spool, and we will start putting on the skirts that we built for it. So we did print out the skirts. These are provided by Edge of 3D. I think I can do another B and E that I can add on the ends here. But this will be one of the set of skirts. So I'll probably do a few more letters that I can add on here. Right now they're just kind of press fit in. They weren't glued in or anything. But we'll add the skirt, which will raise this up, which will allow us to better manage the electronics on the machine and the wiring. And then we'll set that aside and we'll bring our Fabrico Rook up because Fabrico did send me a new hot end, a replacement hot end for the Rook. It's a silver hot end versus the black one. So it is, and it's a slightly different. It's very, very close to a Micro Swiss hot end in design. But we will go ahead and get this one figured out. We'll actually put a small bit of PTFE tube and make sure that we don't have any issues with the filament path before we go through and install this. And then we'll be able to hopefully get the Rook pushing plastic by the end of the stream, because that is something I would like to do, is get that one printing by the end of the stream. Let me take a quick gander here and see if anybody's joined us. Hey, Wind Farm 66. Yeah, once again, my apologies for the weirdness of the stream, start and stopping. I was just having so many issues with this camera this afternoon after getting out of work that I'm not sure what's going on. But I did like 3 reboots and it didn't attempt to install any Windows updates, so I know it wasn't that. But it's almost like something else was grabbing the camera away from OBS, which was weird. So I'll see if I can't get that solved between now and Saturday's stream, or rebuild the box, one of the two. But I can tell you, let me flip over to this screen. I can tell you that the production line has continued to print. Like I said, it's not the fastest printer by any means, but it's been churning them out. Not a single one of them has failed since I got this set started. So that's been going well. When I printed the letters for the skirt here, after I finished that, I also printed a bunch of the accessory parts in black for the skirts. Since I had black on the printer, I did go and print all of the accessory pieces for our Blood Angels Mark 7 helmet down here. So I will have those pieces ready to go and get installed on that. Though I think I'm going to do the filling, sanding, priming, and stuff like that and do them all separate, because I'm going to do some rub and buff on all the vent pieces to kind of give it some of that metallic, silvery, worn-in look. But I did get those pieces printed, and right now, let me see. I think I've got the other cameras I can pull up. Let me make things a little bit bigger here. Well, I thought I had them here. Apparently, I nope. There we are. There we go. We do have this is a heavy Mandalorian Spartan helmet that I started in that same black filament. I figured, yeah, might as well go ahead and get another helmet started. It's going to take a couple, 3 days, so we should have something good for the camera on Saturday, providing I don't have a print failure on this, anytime in the next 24 to 48 hours. So we should be good to go there. But yeah, the inner belt has been printing just fine. I am getting a little bit of rubbing on the top of the belt here. So when we do the skirts and stuff, I am going to mount the spool holder up here at the top, so that our filament path will be a little bit easier and coming from a little bit different height. So I figure if I can get it, coming from up here, it won't be rubbing against the belt, which should be a little bit easier on that belt for the life of it. And then once we, of course, get the upgrade, so I did order the upgrade kit. It will put linear rails on the y-axis as well as the x-axis, and we'll go to a all-in-one direct drive extruder hot end combo. The kit will come with a ByQ H2 V2 or V2S hot end. I did go ahead and order separately a ByQ H2 V2S Revo, and we'll be able to use the belt printer nozzles on here. So this will give us a direct drive extruder, a more direct filament path, and I'll be able to go with the Revo and a belt printer nozzle, which has a sharper tip on it, as well as that will shift us over to a more easily swappable nozzle. So if I'm doing small prints like this, a 0.4 is fine. If I go to do something really big, like, a 3 or 4 foot sword or chain sword or something like that, I can throw in a larger nozzle size and be able to print it out a lot faster. Like that helmet that's printing right now is on a 0.4 nozzle. If I swap it out for a bigger nozzle size, then I should be able to run it and drastically reduce the the print time, because I'll be able to make, wider, thicker walls and drop the wall count and stuff like that. So, and while I'm waiting for everyone to get here, let me update the stream information for this one. Okay, let's get that updated. Hopefully that helps. Probably way too long of a title, but so be it. So I hope everyone's having a good day today. Like I said, we'll once this one is done, or I start seeing a few more people pop into the stream, we will go ahead and start working on, I'll cancel the print. We can start working on the skirt and the rook. I just want to give everybody a little bit of time to come in because I know the stream started off a little weird and wonky today. I really hope everybody had a great day today. I know it was a little bit of a weird day. It's been a lot cooler here. It's only like 79 degrees, so it's about 10 to 15 degrees cooler than it has been the last couple of days. We've had clouds and some light rain throughout the day with some more planned for the evening. Like overnight. So that's been a nice little reprieve. It'll be cooler for a couple more days, and then we'll get back up into the upper 90s again. For those of you that have been following along, I have heard from Mrs. Dragon today, right before the stream. She's doing good, and my mother-in-law has been cleared for her surgery, so that will be going on. So I will be the Geographic Bachelor for about another month to 6 weeks. So that'll be fun. But yeah, we've just been printing the printers behind me. The Mercury has been printing out everything needed for the Boron 2.4 build. So we've got, I believe, all the parts printed for the Boron 2.4 build, except for the Stealth Printer tool head. We are going to use a Chaotic Lab CNC tap on that one. And we're going to, I'm trying to decide if I'm going to put a Nomi in it or not, because that depends on which fan shroud I print. So I just need to make some decisions there and figure out which parts would be which, and get that, because I'm debating whether or not I flip the primary and accent color for the tool head, because the primary color is orange, the accent will be black, which would mean a black shroud. So I'm trying to decide if that's the look I want or not. And for those of you that weren't here on Tuesday, we do have lights going on the Trident already, and we do have our new side panels on here. These are the vinyl design that Chris at KB3D cut and installed on the panels for me. So we've got the smoke panels with our Digital Dragon logo on it. So thank you so much thank you so much, Chris at KB3D, for getting those vinyl designs made for me. Those were awesome. Thank you, thank you. And once again, we're gonna get back here. These stick pretty darn good to this belt. So we're just gonna, as soon as this one's done printing, I will pause or stop the print and we'll get everything shut down, because we will have to disconnect the power and everything to flip it over on its side, just for safety's sake, while we install the skirts. Hey, Steven 3D, how are you doing? Glad to see you pop in and join us. So yes, we're still printing. This is still running the batch of 50. The plan for the stream is to put the skirts on. I was trying to wait a few minutes before people came in, because I know there was a weird start to the stream this evening. I was having major problems with my primary camera, which is the one you see down on the bottom right of the screen. It kept freezing, and it was almost like something was grabbing it, or I was hearing the as it was dropping off and coming back. So I did like 3 or 4 reboots of the system. There were no updates or anything, so I'm not sure what was going on with it, but it seems to have held after this last reboot. So fingers crossed we have no more dropouts. I was planning on waiting for this one to finish. However, I think I will go ahead and just cancel the print, and because it's not even halfway. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and cancel the print. And keep the hot end hot so that we can do a filament unload. Well, I have a filament unload. Okay, apparently I don't have a filament unload macro on this one, so we shall do this the sort of easy way. Do a 5mm extrude. Guess I should really there we go. 5mm extrude. 50mm retract. And then we'll go ahead and pull everything down so that we can then shut everything down safely. Put this down there, and we will start these anew afterwards. Hey, Westery One, how are you doing today, sis? Hope you're doing well. I had me and my Windows computer were fighting earlier. That's why there was a bobble at the start of the stream today. It was arguing with me whether or not it wanted to work today, because it kept dropping this camera. But 4 or 5 reboots later, it finally figured itself out. How's my girl doing today? And how are the rest of our animals doing? Are the horses and everything doing well? Timid but good. Do they have a cone of shame on her to keep her from scratching or rubbing it or anything like that? Because I'm sure it probably itches. Because I know when I cut my hair and it starts growing out, it does start itching. And I'm assuming with them buzzing that area as it starts to grow out, especially with having a wound there that I'm trying to remember. You said they gave her some stitches, right? I'm going to lift that up and see if I can't get this box out of the way. So as you can see, I have been pooping penguins. So we've got a few penguins here already. No stitches. Good. We'll get that out of the way. Like I said, we're gonna let this cool down, and then once the hot end's cooled down, I'll go ahead and shut everything down so I can unplug it, and we'll set it up on its side, and we're gonna start installing. That camera went way out of focus, didn't it? We're going to start installing some skirts. And I've got a few more letters to print that I can put on the sides here. And so this skirt will go down here on the front piece. And then this one with another E3B goes on the back. And the way you tell that is this one has screw holes in it on the top because there is a cross member over here. This one, there's no screw holes on, but there's spots on the side to put heat set inserts, and it'll screw in from the side from the feet, and that's how this one gets held in place. So, and I'll print some more of the letters later on. Everybody is good, but no cone of shame. Well, that's good. No stitches. It was a weird gash. Okay, so just keeping it clean and antibiotics. Okay, nice. I figured that there would have been some type of rip or tear, but even on puncture wounds, I've seen them. I don't know. That's weird. I guess I've watched too much. What should I call it? Dr. Pole and Rocky Mountain Vet and things like that. Yeah. So Westry, I have finally I started well, here, let me show you guys this. So as you know, I've been printing the parts for my Imperial Mandalorian Commando armor set. And bring this over here. And we'll turn that on. There we go. And so this is one of the pieces. This will be the gun for them. And it's in 4 pieces. So we've got the main piece, the rear receiver, the front receiver, and then what I guess is amounting to the charge pack for the blaster. But this will be the 4 pieces that makes up that blaster. And so I'll have to do some sanding and some basic cleanup work. And then I'll put everything together. I will probably acetone weld these together because it is ABS. And then once I get them all together, I'll be able to go in and paint it. and stuff like that. But yeah, so that's the blaster. And then I've got the arms, the legs, the hip pieces, and all the belt pieces done. I'm reprinting the torso at 105. So today I resliced all the torso pieces, the abs, the back, and the backpack at 105%. So I've started to reprint all of those pieces. And to give you an idea, where did I put it? Oh, it's right here. So this is the standard bottom piece, and this is the replacement. So you'll see that it's a little bit wider and a little bit of a different angle because of that. So it does actually, like this is sort of a tight fit, but this one will give me a little bit of extra room. So once I get everything put together, I'll be able to take a sheet of EVA foam and add padding to the whole inside of it. Because if I remember right, EVA foam, you're able to basically form with heat. So I'll be able to take the heat gun and heat it up and then press it in like it's a mold. But I have to definitely get a good solid bond on all the parts before I do that. Exactly. So that's what I normally see is they either don't have to stitch anything at all, or if they do stitch it, they always leave a drain because you have to have a way for any gunk to be able to get out. So yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to it. I wanted to start playing with my plastic welder, but I still haven't. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put together that first torso piece that I did with the plastic welder and try everything out. And then once I get that done, I will, so what I'm going to do here, like I said, this is kind of great. My Raspberry Pi, which is running Klipper, is kind of hanging right here by the power cord and the USB. So I'm just going to undo the USB and just kind of let it hang there out of the way. The rest of this is, we're just going to power it off because everything's cooled down enough. Pop the power plug out. Maybe. There we go. We'll set that over there out of the way. So actually, you guys tell me, do you want to see me put the skirts on this or do you want to see me work on the rook? Because I did get the hot end in for the rook. And that's the other thing that I was going to work on tonight was do the skirts here to add a little bit of flair to this. And then also work on the rook, putting its hot end on. Darn it. Sorry about that, folks. Darn spam callers again. All right, so what I'll do is, because we've got our screen here, it's a little bit harder to flip it up on its edge, but that's easy enough. What we'll do is we'll unplug our screen, and then we'll use an M3 or a 3mm hex key here to undo our M5. I want to say I put 10s in here. I had to make them a little bit longer so that they were actually biting into the extrusions. And we can just take that off and set it out of the way for the time being. We can loop this back underneath so it's out of the way. And it's just a matter of setting this gently on its side so that we can start working on our skirts over here. Let me rotate this just a little bit like that. Now, you remember me saying that the front piece will have screws that go around or go through the feet and go into the sides. So what we have to do is look at our feet, and two of our feet will have through holes. And this will allow us to run screws through the feet and then out. So that's interesting. Nice. So this is an M5 and an M3. So this is kind of a standard Trident. So these feet will go down at this end, and these 2 feet will come down at this end. We'll have and I'll be using my own screws for these. We'll have accent pieces as well as feet that'll go on here, but we need to get this mounted first because we need to come through the hole with our M5 to actually mount that in there. So I just need to take a quick gander and figure out, which direction these will go in. So we'll take our rubber feet off here. And stop lever. And we're not going to need the rubber feet when we do this, so I'm just going to take these and toss them. Yes. Okay, so because we need to mount the feet first, we'll need to get some screws ready for that, or at least available. And what I'm going to do is these will probably be easier to mount. And we'll do those after. We'll get these mounted first. I'll need M3 and M5, and we're going to need, I believe they're going to be M3 by 10 socket head cap screws. Just going to kind of figure out how deep we go there. Yep, that'll work. So M3 by 10 socket head cap screws, and we'll need M5 by 10 socket head cap screws as well versus the button head. Let me get those out here. So we'll have M5 by 10, M3 by 10, and we'll need our Roland T-nuts. These are our M5s, and then our M3s. We're going to need a lot of them, so we'll just bring our pull out here. And let me see if these are actually going to stick in here. Well, they'll slide, but I can deal with that. So get that one started. Put this one around. We're going to grab one of our M5 Roland T-nuts and get in there. We'll have to get that lined up. And I'm going to have to use my ball end driver. Through in there, and then we've got to put this through the base. I'm feeling that's not lined up. There we go. So you just want to make sure that everything lines up and is square and flush on both sides. And then we'll tighten these down. Just like that. And then for our feet, we'll come in here with M3 by 10s again. And I believe they're technically, well, we can probably do these with a lot smaller screws. Eight. Here's my, let's see how many M3 by 6s I have in here. Not enough. Question is, where do I put it that I don't knock it over and spill it? Because that would be a travesty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my M3 by 6 button head cap screws just because I don't need anything that's like really long to hold these little accent panels on. So, and they're just going to be screwed directly into plastic. So no ugga-duggas. Are needed. So, Westery, on the other subject that we were discussing, the one that involved a third party, did you ever find anything out there? Or should I just send it to you? Or I should say, what is your timeline for coming down south? Has that solidified any? So there's that. We'll go ahead and just put this together. Certainly, there is an A and a B side. There we go. Not to put you on the spot per se. I just figure I'd ask while you're here and I'm here. Okay, yeah, because if you come down to Biltmore, that would be awesome. As long as it's not the last weekend of September when I'll be in Baltimore, or not Baltimore, but Bel Air. In which case, we'll have to figure out how to pass each other on the road. That's done. And 3 on this side and 5 on this side. Whoops. 3 on this side. And 5 on the other side. Okay, yeah, hopefully, if you know this weekend, that'll be great. Okay, so both of these feet are in. Let me go ahead and fit this rear piece. Nice. Looks like we'll have a little bit of breathing room in there. 4 of our M3 rolling T-nuts. Not sure if they'll stay in one place or not, but we'll see. Yeah, the nice thing about doing the skirts here is I'll be able to add some DIN rail back here and move the electronics a little bit more centralized, which will, make some of these cable runs a little bit easier and nicer and get them kind of out of here. I'll be able to run them more down along the side here. So, but I will do that off stream just because, yeah, it's wiring, and wiring is so fun. Okay, I think I got those lined up. Now it's just some M3x10s to get her get her started. Really, how do I lose? Oh, there it is. And this skirt does appear to have spots in it where you can put in, like potentially put a bottom deck on it to cover everything, to kind of cover everything up like we would on one of our Vorons. That is something that we can look at down the road as well. I just have to cut it on the CNC. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Thank you for the lurk. Hopefully that's lurking as you're driving home. And I'm getting these lined up and the screws started so that I can try and set the gap between the corners and this part. I just need to have all of the screws started so they're a tad bit loose, and then I will slide it up a bit to get the gap kind of centered, and then lock them down. Just like that. And while I'm here, we will need to go ahead and add our feet, our rubber feet. Nice. Nice, nice. Now, will the M5x10s go in here and reach far enough, or do I need... Nope, I'm going to need some 16s. So I believe I have some of those over here. The head cap screws. We'll need these, and so M5x16 and some M5 nuts. And the nice thing about using that button head cap screw is it holds it in there against that big metal washer that's in there. And that should give us enough to get through the part and into the press fit M5 nut that'll go in the back here. Hey, Everything Plus Ultra, how are you doing? You're doing good. We had a little bit of a weird start to the stream. My main camera kept deciding to disappear on me. So there was a bit of a bobble trying to get the stream started, but we're up and running now. Cooking with gas, as they might say. And all I'm working on right now is just getting the some of the side skirts put on so that we can be able to relocate our electronics. Our power supply will go down here because this will be the power supply input and switch will go right here. So we'll probably mount our power supply on a piece of DIN rail right here and then come off down here and mount our Big Tree Tech SKR Mini and our Raspberry Pi, and we'll be able to have everything right down in this area. So that's the initial thinking and the plan. Probably best to do that before I put skirts on, but well, I've got the skirts now and I really don't want to get into moving electronics because I haven't cut any DIN rail. So that will be another project, and I'll probably be done off stream just to kill some time for me. And we're using M3 by 10s and M3 rolling T-nuts to set these in here. And I'll get the first one in there a little loose, and that'll let me move it rather than trying to line the actual nut. I'll basically align this to the nut and then drop the screw. There you go. Well, I thought I got that in there. I thought I had it in there, and it completely rolled over. Everything Plus Ultra, how is your Godzilla build going? And this one will get moved up once I get this other foot in place. And I'll probably also find another mount for the screen that will probably let me mount the screen like vertically right here or something. So you can, this will basically be the kind of the frontish of the printer. Let's see, I know you've been working on your, was it the Atomic Mecha Godzilla build, which looks like it's pretty huge. Once I get them in, I'll be able to pull them over. I'm going to leave a slight gap because I think I'll be able, I'll have that ability to leave a little bit of a slight gap. Looking at this, so I think this will almost be my backside. The roll off will go this way, of course. Power supply, and so power supply over here and electronics right here in this area. So screen will go on the other side. This will go up top with the other piece. So I think that's my gambit right now. I'm just thinking through this because these are the holes that I will put screws in to tie in the front piece. So I need to be able to come to them from the side like that. So I'm just trying to figure out which way my M5 and M3s will go in here. M5 there and M3 on this one. I'm doing an M5 by 10. Over, and that'll give us our M5 by 3 that we can get started there. Or excuse me, our M3 by 10. I feel like I got that in there, so sorry, I'm going to put my head in the way. My princess just got a cheeseburger. How is she getting a cheeseburger? That's probably not on the approved diet there, Westry. You're spoiling her. Like I don't know, right? Okay, but I do have to ask the question. A cheeseburger from where? Hey, zombie, how's it going? Yeah, now it's a Voron. So these are skirts designed by Scott, Edge of 3D. They're printed in PLA, but to Voron part specs. Oh, rallies, nice. And I did modify these parts. So the standard parts here that have the Ender 3 belt on them, they don't have the little bolt tabs for your fans. So what I did was I took the ones off the Voron 2.4, basically cut them right at this line, line them up with the side edges on both sides, and then was able to print these out, and they should fit right in there nicely in that gap and be able to mount our fans like normal. And looking at this in the size, it looks like these will get pushed tight up against the feet in order to give us the room we'll need to put the fans on there. So like I said, I'm not going to do the fans at this particular point in time just because it'll require me to actually change the electronics around, and I didn't really want to get into that tonight because I really want to get the Rook going. But I figured since this was already up here, I would get this going. Well, these are tight. Why are they? Oh, that's weird. Unless I somehow got some 12s in here and these are 12s. These are feeling like they're too long and that they're bottoming out. Well, those are 10s, but they're definitely looking like they're bottoming out. Let me grab my 8s and we'll just do 8s. Last frame you're ever building is the Twisted T. Okay. He says that now. Now wait, that was one you had to cut and drill yourself, right? That wasn't a standard like LDO frame or something. Okay, those feel like they're in there good. I still need to put the end pieces on that one. So the red is the leftover metallic red that I had from metallic red PLA from when I did my other Blood Angels helmet. And the black is Polymaker Draft PLA, believe it or not. And it's printing out great. In fact, it's what's printing the helmet in the bottom left screen that's going right now, which will be a heavy Mandalorian Spartan mashup helmet. And I'm printing it in black because I plan on painting it. So yeah, having to measure and drill your own blind joints, it's not hard. It's just tedious and a pain. Yeah, so see that'll fit right there. And so this will be the back side. So this will get fans on it. The front side will get the blanking panels. And like I said, I'll hold off on putting these in there because I need to decide which fans I'm going to put in it. Because I've got GD Stein, but those were hydraulic fans. And they were leaking oil quickly. So I may just throw all of those and order some new fans to put in there. So we'll put these on in a minute. Need to put this other foot on. So M5. There we go. M5 and an M3. And I'm going to start off putting the M5 in. And once I get that started, then I'll pull back and do the M3. And you'll notice that the one hole was this top hole was plugged off, and then the bottom, whoops, top hole is plugged off, bottom hole you can see through. So that top one was plugged off because it would actually be up here. The other one, or actually it would probably be right here, and then the other one is the one that lines up with the other part of the 2040, or excuse me, the 4040 extrusion. We'll get that one started, and then we'll come in with our, I guess we'll do an M3 by 8. Lucky got it on the first try. Now I'm just going to line it up with the front edge of the line it up with the front edge. And then we'll go ahead and put in the lower skirts here after we get this in, of course. Yeah, I've got honey badgers over here. It's just did I want to put the honey badgers in here, and which ones do I, or how many of them do I have? Because I bought some of them. I probably need to just go ahead and bite the bullet and order a few more, because they're good fans, and I don't need fans for the next 2.4 kit because it's an LDO kit. It should have all the fans and stuff that it needs. And yes, I did a board swap on this. This is running a Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3 V3, and it is also clipperized already. And I've got the M808 command, which is the ability to loop prints, already configured. So yeah, we made progress there. And it's been running ever since Tuesday's stream. It had been running nonstop until I canceled the print and let it cool down so that we can do this install here. Need one of these. Hey, Pete Salvis, how are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. So all we're working on here is putting a skirt on the inner belt, because what I will be doing next will be removing the controller box here, and I'll have to cut some DIN rails so I can put the power supply back here. So the power switch will go here, the power supply will mount here, and then I'll have the Big Tree Tech and then the Raspberry Pi, and I'll probably switch the Raspberry Pi from USB over to UART at that point. And that will help me to clear up some of this wiring and make it a little bit nicer. What am I doing? What am I doing? Tardy Timor signing in. Yep. Okay, Westry. So this is the skirting that Scott of Edge of 3D did. And I'm trying to think. It's available. I can't remember if it's in the resources folder or if it's in the off of the Facebook group. It's one of those two places. It's either in the 3D printer kit resources. Oh hell, let me put my mouse. Here's my mouse. Let me do some mousing and figure out if it was on the vendor website or if it's on the Facebook page. So belt resources. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be under the vendor site, so I most likely got it off of either the Facebook page or wherever Scott's housing his files, whether it's Printables, Thingiverse. I guess give me a second. Let me check Printables real fast. Okay. Apparently it's not Printables. So Thingiverse maybe? Really? Yeah, apparently my search foo is not working with me today. So yeah, I would say check the Facebook group, and then from there you can do some searches in the Facebook group and figure it out. All right. Thanks, Zombie, for being out here. Hey, Modlight, how's it going? How is it going? So we're just, we're trying to put a skirt on. You know how it goes. You don't have Facebook? All right, I'll find the link and put it out there. Like I said, I want to say it was you know what? If it was Thingiverse, I think there would be a payload file in there when I downloaded it. So let me. No, I got nothing. It's called the Ender 3 belt base. But what I will do is I will find the files and post a link on my Discord for you guys. Because I did revise these pieces, which are the fan holders, because they didn't have the ears here. It was made for the old style where you just VHB tape the fans in. So the older Trident or 2.4 files. So I took the latest 2.4 fan files, which aren't as wide in the center here, and I basically clipped this edge off right here and then lined it up and joined the parts together. And I did one side at a time in Tinkercad. So I have a remix of these files that I will upload as well. And I basically just took the center fan pieces and just blanked them because I didn't want to try and find the E, find the E, find the 3 and the B, put them together, and then try and shrink them down. Yeah, it was just too much of a pain in the butt for that, so I just blanked these to get rid of the boron symbol. So I will add these two as remixes wherever the source files are, and then get that link to you all so that you'll have the link. In 3x8s. I'm not going to let my OCD play into the fact that I'm mixing colors. Oh man. And I'm going to have to flip this up and turn it around. So bear with me. Un momento, por favor. Oh, that sucked. Ugh. Let me grab that before I forget about it or lose it completely. We'll need to add that in a little bit later. Move out of the way. Won't need these anymore, I don't think. Skirt in 3x8. Hey, 3D Xanderp, 3D Xanderp. Been printing Death Racer parts for days. Sweet. Which version of the Death Racer are you printing? I asked because there's the original, a Pro, a Hammerhead, the basically the new tractor version with a flip front on it, and then the Mechanim. There's quite a few that you could be building. Kind of whispering to myself here. I promise I won't whisper sweet nothings to myself on air. Great. There it is. Monlight. Working on your printer and having a heat runaway issue. How do you measure fan size with calipers? It's normally the case size. So a 6020 should be a 60 by 60 square and then 20 millimeters deep. A 6010 would be 60 by 60 with 10 millimeters depth, so on and so forth. Okay. Come on, line up. There we go. Okay, so let me check my fan situation real fast. Yeah, I do have a set of 60/20s, so of the Honey Badger variety. So I will go ahead and add those in there to get a little bit of cooling on um, our electronics. Now, in order to install these, we will have to put in some heat set inserts in the fan casing itself. So give me a minute to actually get my stuff over here so that I can do some heat set inserts on the opposite side of the printer out of view. Okay, so Honey Badger fans, these are 60/20. So if we get 60 by 60 by 20, right? So if you go out to Fabrico's website and look at their fans, I believe they actually have all the dimensions to where the holes are and everything. So take a look there because it will give you a little bit more information, especially on where the holes will be, so you know where to plan for mounting and stuff as well. And remember how much fun this is because I've actually got black heat set inserts. So I'm doing a black heat set insert into a black injection molded frame. I'm trying to make sure that everything goes in and is flat is fun. I really don't have a way of showing y'all. But this is what I'm doing is just adding heat set inserts in there. There's one. Mounting my fan holders, and I needed to know it and forgot when I ordered my fans to look at the CAD drawing, and that had the measurement. Yep, yep. So like I said, for the most part, all of these are standard. And if you go on Amazon or if you go on Fabrico's website, if you bought honey badgers and everything, they should have all of these dimensions. And your 50-15, your 40-20 radial fans, your 30-10, 40-10, 60-20 radial fans or axial fans that we always use. Those are pretty standard dimensions for everything. Though apparently there are some slight differences on a couple of the different fan types, because I do remember that the the Nevermore, there's different versions of the Nevermore fan side depending on which fans you're using, because a couple of them, I think it might boil down to where the mounting holes are that are different. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. And then I will go ahead and put the heat set inserts in these rings. These would be the backers for the opposite side. So it's just a matter of popping these ones in now. These are going into PLA, so they should go in pretty darn easily. I put that one in from the wrong side. That's okay. That's okay. It still works. Kind of funny how I said, yeah, I'm not going to do this. And then I wind up, oh, let's go ahead and get it done while we're here. Just as easy to do it now as it is later, right? But we will get the Rook reassembled and going tonight regardless. Almost done, folks. Okay, so we got our fans. Which one I want to mount the fan itself. So other than Monlight trying to be a mad scientist over there, what's everybody else working on? Everything Ultra was putting together is Godzilla, which was looking huge. Is that the same one that Stephen Poole did? I know he did. I thought he did a Mecha Godzilla as well. What's up, Free Heathen? How you doing, my friend? Well, that didn't turn out well. It was a righty tighty, I think, that went righty loosey. Oh no. Yep, I think I pulled a heat set insert out, so well, that sucks. See if we can't at least extract it. What time are you done? Good question. Right now, I'm trying to put a skirt on the inner belt, and as soon as I am done, I will start to work on the rook. I need to put the hot end in it. I got a new hot end from Fabrico today, so I'm just going to need to put the new hot end in there. And we should be pushing plastic with that one. Why? What's up, buddy? What can I do you for? All right, well, that's right and properly cross-threaded, so that one's going to stay where it's at. And like I said, righty-tighty became righty-loosey, which is never a good thing. Magic box from KB3D. What magic box from KB3D? You got a magic box from KB3D? Oh, you're going to be opening it live? So I guess the question is, how late are you staying on? You want me to be around, but you're dying to see what's in the box? So I should go for a long stream then? Is that what I'm hearing? Or are you asking me politely to I mean, Chris is here and he's saying that you know what should be in the box. So okay, so I'll get this one mounted. We'll hold off on doing the other fans on the other side. And oh, I screwed that up, didn't I? I really shouldn't. I'm gonna have to make that work. We'll get this installed, and then we will get our rook going, and then we will call the stream so that we can raid on over to you, buddy. Does that sound good? It'll be a tight fit. I'm just thinking through this. Yeah, this is the back. Okay. So let me get these screws. And I will do the rest of the skirt off screen. And we'll just set this down on the floor. Like that. I will say that printer seems like it sheds or something. Oh, bada bing, bada boom. We've got our rook. So on the rook, we need to remove the rear plate. We need to remove the rookery to be able to get to the hot end. And then we'll just be able to swap out the old hot end and the new hot end. Oh, hey, Westry, you're back. Am I going to hang it on the wall? I am not planning on hanging it on the wall at the moment, Free Heathen. I know everybody keeps asking me that. And your rookery fan shroud will slide out the front. And I need to remove our PTFE tube. Just like that. And we're going to be able to undo our, I think these are, what are these? Molex connectors off of our Revo CR edition. We'll be able to pull that out, and there's our fan shroud off of it. We'll undo the retaining screws here. And so the nice thing is there's a Revo that I can reuse in something else. I was planning on putting this in the belt printer, and then I decided to go ahead and fire off for the upgrade. And the upgrade on the belt printer will give me linear rails on the X and the Y axis, and it will come with a ByQ H2V2 or H2V2S extruder. So what I did was picked up the ByQ H2V2S Revo edition, so I'll be able to use my Revo belt printer nozzles on the belt printer once that comes in. Now, swap out the, what did I do with it? So our old hot end that had the issue, and when I was taking some pictures, I believe I did see a burr at the top edge of this when I like zoomed way in. And the new one that they sent me is a white, or not a white one, but an all aluminum one. And you'll notice that it does have the Rook symbol and it does say Rook Mark 1 engraved on it. So we'll need to tighten that up because that is way loose. On a set screw. Two. No, that's 1.5. Now I'm going to make sure that it is got a little bit of thread locker on it. And before I put that back in there, take a look, make sure we have no impediments in this one. Looking a lot cleaner. It doesn't have the this didn't come with the PTFE tube thing, so I believe that is the same one that I have here. So I'm just going to pop one in. Boom, just like that. I'll reuse the clip from that one because I might have a spare one around here. There's that one. But what I wanted to do real fast is just put a small piece of PTFE tubing in here like we did before. So a small piece of PTFE tubing and then take some filament, right? Small piece of PTFE filament with a point cut on it. And I'm just going to manually run it in there. And that goes down through there a lot easier than it was on the other one. So I think we're good. So we'll put that on there. We'll put our Loctited set screw in there. I'm going to make sure and push the heat brake all the way up. Oh, that was weird. Oh, so that was the issue, was this wasn't all the way tight and it snugged up on there. Um, Get the right size. There we go. Put our M3 by 16 screws back in there. Get that lined up. Put it back on. Oh, hey, Pez Liz. Hey, Raiders. Welcome on in. K2 Kevin, Pez Liz, Tech Jeeper, Stephen Poole. Welcome on in, everybody. So we have been putting skirts on our baby belt, or excuse me, baby belt, skirts on the Ender 3 belt, and now we're putting the new hot end that Fabrico sent me for the Rook back on. Hey, D-Frizzle, everybody. Kind of let me take a second to scroll through here. And once again, welcome on in, Raiders. For those of you that are new, welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, otherwise known as Luke, and I am a 3D printer variety streamer because we deal with building 3D printers, doing 3D prints, whether cosplays or signs or other little prints. I do primarily FDM, but I do have a Elegoo Mars 2 resin printer as well. So yeah, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Damn it, it's Karen. I appreciate that. Let me see if I can't scroll up here and catch you all just rolled in. Yeah, K2 Kevin, Tech Jeeper, Pez Liz, Stephen Poole, D-Frizzle, Comfortably Dumb. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. And Royal Nomi, how are you doing, dear? Coffee, yes, yes. Mucho coffee.
Cheer one, cheer one, cheer one, cheer one, cheer one.
Can you post a link to the person who sent you replacement hot end so I can check it out, please, in the Discord? What I did was in the Fabrico room, there is a ticket in the Fabrico Discord. There is a, where is the ticketing engine? Under help and support, there's an order help. I believe that's where it is, where either that or I think it was under order help. But I went out there, created a ticket, and chatted with them a little bit. They wanted some pictures. I sent them some pictures, and they said, yeah, it looks like it was drilled off center. There may even be a burr. So they went in. You still need okay, so you need the Fabrico Discord. I can try and get that for you. Because, yeah, it's just the main Fabrico Discord. The blue tubing, which is, I'm not sure if this is true Capricorn or not. We will, I was debating whether I reuse this or if I go to just standard PTFE tubing. In which case I think I cut this for this one a little shorter. All right, so we're probably gonna have to stick with the blue tube. So we have this back on. We'll be able to connect our wires back up. And I got to remember which one was which. No, I don't, because they are color coded. So the white to the white and the black to the black. Make sure they fully clip, and of course, make sure that you run them around the back here, or you're going to have problems trying to get them to go in nicely. As well as we need to make sure and get our Bowden tube back in here and locked in before we put a lid on it. Make sure it is firmly seated down in there all the way. Put your clip back on. Bring this down. Fight with your hot end, which to get its wires out of the way of the fan shroud. There we go. And our 2 screws from the top. So how was your stream, Pez Liz? And was this the stream where you had were you interviewing somebody again, or you had somebody a guest on? Okay, my light, take it easy. Have a good night. Nomi joined you. Okay. Glad you all had a good stream. So, I got a question. Are you guys still doing, was it Tea with Nomi on Tuesdays, or did that stop? Because that was always fun. We'll line these back up and clip them together. We'll be able to fix our wiring loom. Okay. Down there like that. Okay, you're going to rework that program a little bit. Nice. Yeah, girl power. Definitely. Definitely needs some more Pezliz and Nomi in my life. It is much, much better than budget meetings, or how to do more with less budget. I also am going to take the extruder off real fast. because this part completely baffed on me. Like the centerpiece pulled out of it. So I may find the part that I need. And we will partially rebuild this on the fly as well. Turn this around. So you've got to remove the tensioner for this screw to come out all the way. Just remove that tensioner. I'm sorry, I'm like sitting here thinking you guys are seeing what I'm doing. You guys didn't even yell at me. I'm sorry. Pro Streamer. Just completely screw up the camera angles. Give me my screw. There we go. Okay, so we got those two out. I'll need to get my pen out here. Push it from the back forward. That pin and our idler arm will come back out. Now I'll need to remove a few of these screws here. I'm just going to set that back on there for right now. And grab the part that I'm going to need to replace. And I've got two options. I've got one that takes a standard press fit like this, or I've got one that'll take that same type of ECAS press fit, and I think I'm going to do this one. So let me see if I can get a fitting in there cleanly before I go too much further. Okay, that went in there. Seems to be a good hold. So I need to put in, which ones? I need to put in 3 heat sets in this real fast. Hey, Puwaka, thank you for the follow. Just letting that warm up real fast. One, two, grab my tweezers. Okay, so what we're going to do is basically take it off of here and put it over here. So Do our front idler screws. That over there. We need to undo the screw on the set screw on our drive gear. I'm just going to move this by hand until it said set screw exposed and then pull that out. We've rebuilt this extruder a couple of times now, so we should be pretty good at it. The nice thing is there's really not a lot to these extruders. The Sherpas, that is. It's primarily, just some button head screws and 3 heat set inserts. It is pretty minimal. Let's set that motor back up there. So we've got the base, then we put on the core. We can line these screws back up and screw it back together here. Hey, Brinicus Maximus, thank you for the follow. Hope you all are getting some good knowledge and stuff out of the stream. As I said, I am a variety streamer. I build 3D printers. I do a bunch of 3D prints. I'm in the process of doing a pretty big armor set cosplay for the Imperial Mandalorian Commando armor from Galactic Armory. So in an upcoming stream, you'll probably see me as I start putting that together, which I think will be pretty cool. And I'm going to have to try some techniques. I've never done anything like that, so it's going to be pretty interesting. So now what I'm going to do is line my flat up in the straight here, and that will allow me hold that thought 1 second. Take that back off because I just realized I didn't clean the filament path out. And you really do want to do that. Make sure your filament path is clean, and all you're going to do is take a 2mm screw and run, or 2mm drill bit and run it through the filament path to clean out any plastic burrs or anything that's in there. So I'm just going to start at the bottom end and do it by hand. I don't want to go at it with a drill where I could actually enlarge the hole even more because we still want it to be somewhat constrained. Come back through here. Let the drill self-center. And then turn it by hand. Come on. This is the part that actually caught my eye as far as what needed to be. There we go. Cleared out. Not too much plastic came out, but just a tiny bit. And now that hole's trued up. Because it prints like this, you will get an overhang at the top of any holes like this. You will get an overhang. So that's what we're doing, is trying to clear that out and make sure that the filament will have an easy path all the way through the extruder. Hey, Build Overbot, how's it going? Yeah, this is a cute little printer. This is my second Rook. The first one I did was a self-source build directly from the original file set. And I had that one at Midwest Rip Rap Festival. Okay, so we're going to line up our flat with this opening. And then we're going to take our gear and go right back down over it. Make sure it goes all the way down so our filament path lines up with the drive gear. And then we're going to screw in our set screw and just make sure it's tight. And then just visually make sure that our drive gear is lined up with the filament path, which it is. So we'll take our front piece, which has our other bearing in it still. And that's going to slide right over the end and provide, where's my other small screw there? There's my pin, there's that, there's that. Uh-oh, do we have another small screw run away? Not good. Not in that one. Not in that one. Ruh-roh. We may have lost a screw. Maybe not. Maybe it was supposed to be a longer one in that one. Let me see what I got here. I've got... Nope, because those are two mounting screws. These two are the mounting to the whatchamacallit. I lost a screw. You guys see me lose a screw? Did you guys see where it went flying off to? Hey, Local Maker, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I lost a screw. Okay, well, we will grab a screw that won't match, but that's okay. Or maybe I might have one that'll match. It should work. There we go. Got that mounted. We're going to take our idler and slip that in here. Really? There we go. We'll slip that in there. We'll take the pin, put the pin back through there. Obviously. All right. Maybe have to grab a 3mm and clear that hole out too. This is a 3mm pin that we're trying to get through here, and it's not going into the blue part. So I'm just going to enlarge that ever so slightly or clean up the hole. We'll pin up, push that in there. Oh, you being obtuse. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and mount this on our frame before we put our other screw in, and then we'll mount our motor. Apparently I somehow scrolled chat up. There we go. Yeah, I bet I'd fall in love with a pin vise. I've got so many tools as it is, and my wife would probably kill me if I continue to buy tools, though. Well, I still do. Like kind of like she gets mad when I buy printers, but I still do. Um, I lost a screw. A screw has been lost. It will be found. I just hopefully it's not when I step on it, because that would just suck. But that's life. Yeah, it's like an M3 by 6. And as you can tell, I've got carpet in here, so the black screws are relatively easy to find. The stainless steel or silver screws are a pain in the tuchus to find. So come on. Really? You just realize that's got a slight angle to it. So let me see if I can heat it up and then push it flat. That's got the alignment better. Give that a second to cool off. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and bring our motor back around here and get that installed. We'll call it the right side screw. Actually, it's a straight screw where the left side screw is a slot that you can use to apply tension to the motor. So this is probably not the best angle, but this is a workbench. So this is another workbench, just like the ones that are behind me. It's just another one of these. It's a 2-shelf workbench by Craftsman that I bought off Amazon. And they're right at waist height, which is pretty nice for builds for the most part. There are some times where when I'm working on wiring, I would much rather sit up my chair, and then this becomes a little bit too high. In which case I tend to go and work off my desk. And so once again, this gives you some slop so that you can set how tight your motor sits against the plastic gear. You don't want it too tight, but you want a little bit of wiggle, but make sure it engages, because if it's too tight, it'll bind and it will eat away at the gear. So I think we're good there. Put that back. We still need to put our tension spring in. Nicer. So you don't need a humongous amount of tension on it. Go ahead and pop our Bowden tube in, and we'll grab a clip and put on there. Find out the right one. Let me grab one of the other ones I had in here. This one should work. Yep. There we go. So we've got our Bowden tube and everything in there. We should be ready to try and push some plastic. So I need filament roller. Switch the camera back for y'all. I'll need a filament roller. I'm just going to go ahead and put this one in with that. I might be able to make this one work. I don't know, but I'm not going to do anything with it in case they're the people that manufacture their hot end want it back in order to try and see what happened QC wise with it. We need to plug this in to give it some power. We'll just grab the was it, Starlight Jupiter that we were using on the belt printer. Nip off the end and give it a little bit of a point. You'll probably want to put a short piece of PTFE tubing at the bottom of this just to make it easier to guide your filament in. Come on, darn it, give me the PTFE. Well, gonna push it up into the gears. And then we will log in and try and push some plastic. Did I? I apparently did not. Ragnarok. Which one's Ragnarok? I might need to log into my router and figure out which IP address is on here. So we are running a Banana Pi 0M2 on this. So that's why you'll see this antenna hanging out here. It's a little rubber duck antenna. It will not have very much range unless you have that external antenna. '83. Okay, so go ahead and come over here. Go there. Now you can see Ragnarok. Yeah, it works out pretty good for me. There's a pallet positioner if your wife would let you buy one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll print something to hold the antenna or just zip tie it to the skirt for the time being. I'll do something. No, this is mine. I bought this at Midwest Rep Rap Fest. Okay, Westry. So this is another one of my rooks. And we changed a hot end, and I believe the print head distance is going to be different now. We're using centerless homing on X and Y, and then a end stop on Z down at the bottom. And so I will need there's my favorite paper here. So we've got our just post-it note. It's a little piece of paper. And what I'm going to want to do is do a Z end stop. Adjust or calibrate? Apparently it's not adjust, so and this is setting up your Z offset. Ay, 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 ay. Could have got it closer before I decided to do that. Yeah, so still not there. I'm going to start going into shorter increments now. And all I'm trying to do is get it to snag the paper. So we're starting to get close there. So I'm going to go down to the next smaller increment. And just keep working my way down. Until I get a tightness that I like. That's good. And then I'll say accept. And then what it's going to do and what it says down here, let me make this a little bit bigger, right, is stepper Z position end stop is now set to 102.3. Do save config, and that will save that new config, and the bed will drop because it's a belted Z without any gearing, so it tends to drop. And now because it's set to 102.3, we're going to have to come in here and take a look at our printer config file. And for our Z end stop, or our Z axis, our max is 102. So we're going to have to set that a little bit higher. So we'll set it to 102.5 and give us another 2.5 to the negative. Save and restart. That should be good enough. There we go. And now let's go ahead and heat up our hot end. We're just going to heat it up to 200. And once it gets up there, we'll do a filament load, which should pull our filament in and go all the way up and through if I've got it set up right. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm used to I'm used to pallet jacks and stuff, but I don't think I've ever heard of a pallet positioner before. And when do you normally stream Build Overbot? Is it infrequently, or do you have a schedule out there? So we're up to temp, and I should have a filament load macro. Okay, so it feels like we're stalling. Okay. Still feels like it keeps stalling. So I think I had, because once I moved the tension lever manually, it went. So I'm just wondering now but it still stalls a little bit here and there. So I don't know if it's on overdriving the speed. Now it's slowed down, so it should be doing its final push. So there, I have a feeling I'm just going to try and manually load it the rest of the way towards the hot end. Maybe not. Um, Let me just go ahead 50, extrude. Let me see if I can get you guys a little bit lower, a little more straighter level on. There you go. Move this a little bit closer. And we're going to need to give it some more juice here. We'll keep just extruding manually until we get close. And I'll probably adjust my speed on the load sequence so that it loads a little bit slower. That's interesting. It was stalling a little bit there too. I wonder if I just need to play with motor currents. And we are getting filament, so that's good. So we've got filament passage. Yes, good. Now let's see if we can do some type of a test print again. What do we have over here? Let's try. We'll do a swatch truck just because it's something that is fairly flat and will give us the ability to do some minor adjustments to the height if we need to. Oh, wow. Chaos Drucker rating with a party of 54. Holy cow. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. So let me welcome in our raiders. Welcome on in, raiders. Thank you for the follows, Sinbird and Chaos Drucker. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, otherwise known as Luke, and I am a 3D printer variety stream. I say variety because I do various things related to 3D printing, from building 3D printers like the one that I will flip back on the screen soon. The majority of the ones back here I have built. I'll say I just assembled the Prusa-Mini because it's like a handful of screws and that's it. But we have built all the other machines that are back here. We do some cosplay helmets, various other types of prints. I'm in the process of doing my first ever armor set. So yeah, hello, Nickbon Beckeron Spigen. No jumping from the pool edge. Gotcha. Yes, no jumping from the pool's edge. So what we're starting to do here is this particular printer that you see before you is a Rolohan Rook Mark I. This is built from a Fabrico kit. So we got the Fabrico logo down here. And it's got some slightly different parts, like the exposed rollers are a little bit different. If I had, no, I've got my other Rook Mark I downstairs that was self-sourced, but this was built from a kit. And what we're going to do is try and get this printing. The original hot end that came with my kit, either the hole in the heatsink throat was drilled in an angle, or there was a burr or something. The filament path was not a clean filament path. And so I talked to the vendor and they did send me a new hot end. So we just got that installed and we just pushed some plastic through it to get it loaded. And now we're going to try and do our first print with this printer, and hopefully we get a good successful print. I am going to have to work out better mounting for the bed Wagos because they keep coming undone. Okay, Sinberg, thank you. Chaos Drucker is a German 3D channel. Awesome. Awesome. As you can, well, you probably can't tell by my name because it's Digital Dragon, but I do have German heritage in my name, and I was able to spend 6 years in Germany, in the Wiesbaden, Germany area with the United States Air Force. So I was over there for quite a while. Oh, nice, nice. So Discord channel has a lot of, I'm assuming, German in it, and then the YouTube channel has closed captioning on it set up, so that's good. That is good. That is probably something I should look into down the road, is to get some closed captioning set up. What we're waiting on, bed heated up. Okay, so the bed heated up to 65. The hot end, which was at 200, is cooling down to 170. That's part of my initial startup macro, is to heat the bed up and then heat the hot end up to 170, do its homing, and then it will heat up the rest of the way to its printing temperature and then start the print. It does that because most of my printers, like most of the ones behind me right now, are printing ABS, and you can't be over a certain temperature on some of them, or they will not do their probed homing for the bed, because it's using nozzle probing. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Vorons and the Voron tap setup, but with the Voron tap, if you because it uses the actual print nozzle for homing. If it's over a 145, the macro will stop and kill the print because it will not let it run. Because if you're over 145 degrees or actually over 150, you can damage your PEI coating on your beds. So I kind of set up my macros and then just copy my macros from printer to printer to printer. Makes it a little bit easier to maintain them all. So no pallet positioner for you, $1,200 for a cheap one. Yeah, I will have to look into those. But yeah, if it was $1,200, I'd have to keep that for my wife. Like she, not the pallet positioner, but just what the cost was. You know. Get them in auctions. Yeah, that's probably the best place to do it is get them in auctions. Oh, you just got your K1 Max set up, everything plus Ultra. Nice. I've heard some issues with the K1 Max and another one. I can't remember which one. But there's some people that are having some issues with them. Hopefully, it's not all of them, and it's just some onesies, twosies. But we'll see. Yes, this particular printer is actually designed. It's a mostly 3D printed printer. So all of these parts, of course, are 3D printed except for the steel rods and the linear rails. It's designed to be printed in PLA so that everybody can print it. It's designed with a print volume that you can print out all of these parts on any like 200 by 200 bed. So any Ender 3 or similar clone that's normally a 220 or 235 by 235 build area, you can print these parts out on. These are actually printed in ABS. So it's Polymaker Blue and Polymaker Lime. So it's a lime green and a blue that this is printed out of. What is going on? Yeah. So it's taken a little bit to stabilize because we did not PID tune this hot end. It's basing itself off the PID tune that I did on the Revo hot end. So that may be an issue as to why it's taken so long to kind of settle on that hot end temp. It might be better off. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to do an emergency stop on this. And I will go ahead and try and keep the bed heated, but I need to do a PID tune on the hot end again. So give me 1 second to find that command again. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, hopefully no failed motherboards or daughter boards or anything like that. The glass didn't come broken, so that's good. I have heard some people that have had broken top glass, and I think that's more due to shipping and our lovely FedEx and UPS that can't take care of boxes very well. Um, yeah, I hope you have a good experience with it. I really do. Yeah, what I'm doing real fast, let me switch the view so you can see what it's doing. I'm running what we call a PID tune on the hot end, and what that does is it just helps calibrate the heat up and cool down cycle for the hot end. Anytime you change your hot end, you want to re-PID tune it. And I forgot that I switched from the Revo hot end over to this one, so I just needed to double check that. The first print I was going to do was a swatch truck just because I know it's a bigger print, but actually, now that we have a second, what I may do is I'm just going to do a 60 by 60 square because I need something that will let me dial in that first layer. I'm just going to use my my Rook template from my other Rook. We're going to do a do that one. Right click, add shape, box. Make that size 60 by 60 by 2. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to think and talk at the same time. It's not too good for me sometimes. Okay, so the PID tune happened. I'm going to upload this file real fast, and then we'll come back over here and we'll do a save config to save our new PID parameters. And then I'm just going to run that file. So this is this is based on the Rook profile that I used on my my other Rook, which same bed, same everything. It's just slightly different mechanical and the position of the end stops and stuff like that, but everything else is the same. So Yeah, so again, what we're going to do is just a 60 by 60 square, and that will allow me to then adjust the Z height on the fly, and we'll do that in the web GUI here using the Z offset section down here, just to get a good squish. And that sounds way too low. Yeah, that was way too low, so I'm trying to raise it up quickly here. And so the nice thing about this is once it starts doing its thing, I can figure out if the bed itself isn't level, which it should be, but I can adjust that on the fly. I think that's going to be good. So we did print out a swatch truck on this before. Okay, and now it looks like we're actually way high. So let's start dropping it back down again. I just was hearing it drag on the bed, and that was like making me cringe. But I guess here, let me drop you guys. Now let me raise you up so you can see how we're printing. I really need to try and get you guys I need to set up something where I've got something on a bench so I can get you guys even closer. I guess I could just move this forward so you can see. So we're still getting a good amount of gapping between the individual rows. So dropping it back down to try and get some squish in it. Bring you guys in a little closer so you can see a little bit better. See how the first couple were, there's a lot of gaps in there. That was because I had raised it up so much because it was literally dragging against the bed. Then I started dropping it back down, and we're starting to get a little bit better. I still see a little bit of a gap. So we'll drop it down just a tad bit more. It's looking a lot better. What do you guys think? A lot better lines now. I think we're good there. What I'm going to do is cancel the print, and then we'll start printing something else because I think we're close now. And that's all I wanted this print for, was to be able to get that first layer figured out. So I'm going to say cancel. I really need to... Okay. Yeah, you'll see how the first couple layers here will not even hold together. But then when we got down here, it's holding together and it's not pulling apart. Well, it does when I yank on it, but that's a pretty good first layer. Squish. You might be able to go just a tad bit more. You might actually have to rerun that just to be able to pick off that that other piece. So we're going to save the config. We'll rerun that at a later time. What do you guys think? Swatch Truck or Cali Dragon? What do you guys want to do? Anybody? Cali Dragon? Okay, Pezliz, we'll do the Cali Dragon. That's what I was running on the Rook at Murph, was the Cali Dragon. Before the power supply ate itself, that is. Come back over to this view so you can see me. And also in this bottom left screen of the screen here, you should be seeing the helmet that is currently being printed downstairs on my 0G Mercury 1. It's an Ender 5 Plus converted to a 0G Mercury 1. And Mercury 1, it's an Ender 5 Plus converted to a 0G Mercury 1. Stop that. Okay. And so that's a 370 by 370 by 420 build volume. So I tend to use that a lot for my helmets because I can do the full helmet. Right, I can do a full-size helmet in one go. And so that's what I like the ability to do, is print a helmet in one piece. And then that way it gets a little bit nicer for me and it's easier to put together. So I'll have to add padding to it. And I did print, the ear caps and all the front vents and everything as well. So my plan is to have this one done up and ready to take to IRF with me. And it may go home with somebody at IRF if anybody is there and wants it. Well, that was a little bit better. That's looking a little bit better. Reach around the back here. So the build plate dimensions on this, it's basically a 120 cube. Well, I guess it's 120 by 120 by 100. So these build plates are 120 by 120. They're the same thing as the V0 build plate, or the Voron V0. And as you saw, we're getting about 102 millimeters of true Z height on this. Yeah, so this is designed to be a small printer. It's open air, so open air and normally would be printed out of PLA. So you would be printing in PLA or PETG temps. Like I said, everything here is printed in ABS, but it doesn't have to be. It's made to be small, affordable, and get people into the hobby. So you can build, like this kit is $299, so it's like $300 for this kit. You would need to supply a Raspberry Pi or run it directly from your computer, and plastic to print the parts. That's it. So it's a really cool little printer. I like them to death. They're really nice. And so what I like to do is take a Rook and then a Prusa Mini, because you get to see a bed flinger and a Core XY, but they're easy to transport and take around with you, right? Yeah, it's a neat little printer. Zombie Hedgehog, I think he's built like 4 or 5 of them now. This is my second one, and I got a Rook 2020 frame, and I'm gonna print all the parts for a Rook 2020, and that'll be another build down the road. I'm not sure if I'll stream it or just build it. The next printer build will start Saturday, and that's going to be a LDO Voron 2.4 kit that LDO had sent to me from Fabrico. So yeah, and that one is going to be a purple LDO frame with orange primary parts and black secondary parts. So it'll be purple orange with a little bit of black. Yeah, by the way, welcome in, Rathweld. Thank you for coming in and chatting some. I didn't see you when the big raid came in. So appreciate you coming in and being in here with us this evening. Yeah, this was one of the things I wanted to get done. I felt so bad that we had to put this one on ice while I worked through getting a replacement hot end for it. As you saw, I did have a Revo CR hot end in it. However, this is a lot longer than the other one. So the shroud was actually blowing the cold air right at the side of the heater core. So I was either gonna have to print a new shroud or get a new hot end, and they were able to send me a new hot end. So you only have 3 Rooks in progress. Well, how many Rooks do you have running, or you keep tearing them down and rebuilding them, Zombie? So this is the Fabrico kit. I can't remember. Did you build a Fabrico kit, Zombie? I know he is working on the West 3D version, and I understand LDO is building generating a kit as well. I'll be getting one of those in August. They asked me if I wanted a beta kit or wait for them to release in August. And I said, I'll wait to release because I've got a couple of them already. You need a new Z switch and you need to tweak parts. Really, dude? Like 5 cents. 5 cents. Buy a few Z switches. They're easy to swap out. I'm teasing you, bud. Yeah. So when I got the 2.4 kit from Jason, he did say he would throw in a Rook kit as well. But they haven't been released yet, so I probably shouldn't have said that. But I guess you can. I mean, I did the Canrog, the one that goes right above the Z motor. But you do either have to get one with a 90-degree pen or gently bend your pens to a 90 degree on your end stop when you do it. But I did mine, so I actually get more Z height out of my Rook Mark 1 self-source because I did that. I mean, you can. I don't see why you can't. But I definitely like I think it's Canrog's bed as well that has the clamp for the going around the LM8 LUU bearings. So I've been printing my ABS around 250, 255. And I'm printing, well, I was going to say a lot of Polymaker lately, but I also really like KVP ABS. I love KVP's graphite ABS. Hey, Shenanigans. Yep, it's alive and printing. We got the hot end swapped out. Now, the hot end they sent me, the original one that I had the black heat sink. The one they sent me actually has the silver, like plain aluminum heat sink, but it does have the Rook symbol and the Rook Mark 1 etching on it. So, but yes, it is pushing plastic, and we did check the filament path before we even bothered to mount it. I did want to make sure that the filament path was good to go. And ABS does not necessarily require a chamber, but you don't want to have drafts. So close any ceiling vents or whatever you have, let your room get hot and just go for it, and you should be okay. But did they already update to the Rook logo? So the one I had before, the original one I had has the Rook logo on it. But here, let me show you. So this was the original hot end, which had the Rook logo up here. But the new one, and I can't remember if it was on the front or the back side, I think it's the back side, has the Rook logo, and then it actually says Rook Mark 1 engraved at the bottom. And it's, rather than being the anodized, it was the straight, aluminum. Okay. Yeah, this one has, I think this one, yeah, I can't tell when it's mounted. But like I said, this one, they had me take the piece out and do a straight, up and down shot at the throat. And it does look like it was drilled slightly off center or at an angle. And I did see when I blew up the picture that there is a burr on the edge at the top as well. So there was a couple of things potentially wrong manufacturing wise with this particular hot end. And I mean, that happens. I have yet in 8 years of 3D printing have I had the throat of a heat sink have a misalignment and or a burr like this. Like, that is new. I've never had a hot end, cheap or otherwise, and I have bought some cheap, sketchy parts off of AliExpress for hot ends and stuff, and that's the first time ever that I've had one. Yeah, I figured they were reasonably cheap, but it's a piece of CNC'd aluminum with a hole drilled through it. It's really not that hard. But it happens. That's all I'm going to say. It happens. And the fact that that's the first time I've had a bad hot end out of numerous E3D V6s and Revos and Dragons and Dragonflies. And in fact, my plan for the LDO kit is we're going to put a Fadus Rapido 2 on it. This is going to be my first Rapido on a printer. And it is the the ultra high flow. So this is a Rapido Hot End 2.0 ultra high flow. Looks like it's black. Not that it'll matter what color it is because it's going to be covered up. But so we will do another Chaotic Labs CNC tap and do that. Okay. Yeah, and they replaced it, no problem. Like I said, it was over a weekend, and I had Turtle Crawler and a couple of other people that were asking questions. And Turtle Crawler's like, nope, it looks like it's a bad, center drill. It's off center. And Monday morning, as soon as Hector saw it, I got they closed my ticket saying it's in the mail, and I had a tracking number. What do you plan on putting the Red Lizard on? The one thing about the Cali Dragon, you start looking at it, and because it's got the scales on the edges look all messed up and not straight and neat like I'm used to. And so at first you're like, oh man, is it messing up? No, it's just the way those edges are. I have another Dragonfly BMO and like a Triangle Labs CHC and a High Flow CHC that I was going to use on the Bugaboo, but I wound up getting a different one for the Bugaboo, so no need to there. Put that down before I knock it off. And so this is another piece of my chest armor for the Imperial Commando that I'm reprinting at a little bit larger size. So Set that over there for the time being. I'll have to deburr that edge later. Yeah, because I don't have a big enough volume enclosed printer to do the helmet in ABS, I'm going to have to check. I think they've got a multi-part helmet, so I'll do that. If they've got the multi-part helmet, I'll attempt to do that in ABS, so the whole armor kit will be an ABS zombie. If not, I did order 4 rolls of Cosplay B, and I'll print the the one large file on the Ender 5 Plus. It's the 0G with Hydra downstairs that I do all my helmet prints on. I would just do it down there out of the Cosplay if I do it. But I do need to, at some point, take the parts and kind of lay them out and take some pictures of everything I've printed so far and get it up on the socials. So I will be doing that, try and do that this weekend. Like you, oh, the Tai Chi, you're going to feed it some. I thought you were going to say I need some filament. And I was like, really? You need filament? I would think you need filament like another hole in the head. Yeah, no rush, no rush. I know. Like I said, I've been trying to keep the printers going. I've had I keep saying the baby belt. The Ender belt has been sitting on this bench printing nonstop since Tuesday. Just one penguin after another in succession. So I need to pack up the Ender 3 Max downstairs. I'm going to put that the Ender belt downstairs and just start printing stuff off of it. Just let it run. Give it a spool and let it run. So you're out of Dark Gray Galaxy. I think I still have a couple spools of that somewhere. Nope, that's some PLA. I got at least one spool. I got at least one spool. I really do. No, I got 2. I really do like the Galaxy Dark Gray. It is a pretty nice color. Because that's what this one's printed out of, is the Galaxy Dark Gray with fluorescent blue. Oh, you did your Hedamamis out of ABS? I thought they said the best for the Hedamamis was PET G. And at the very least, I think the actual headband has to be PET G, right? Yeah, because I've been debating like whether or not I reprint my Hedamamis, because I use these. These are my daily drivers. And I use these every day for meetings at work and stuff. They're gold and black, but I may reprint them just to see if anybody notices. But oh God, I love these things. And the noise canceling, right? I've been in meetings and I've had 4 printers going behind me because this is my office. My desk is right over here. And I've had printers sitting right here on this bench printing and nobody can hear them. The noise canceling on this is crazy. Oh yeah, that makes sense. If you're going to be traveling with them, you probably want to do something that's more heat resistant. Yeah, but I wouldn't travel. I don't know. I don't know. I've got other headphones I can take if I travel, but I don't tend to do like over the ear headphones when I travel. I mean, I do have a set of Beats by Dr. Dre that I. Funny enough, my wife got a an Apple iPad Pro a few years ago, and she was a teacher. It was during the teacher sale, and they're like, "Oh, well, you get a set of headphones." And she's like, "I really don't need one." I was like, "Shut up! I want this one. Like I'm paying for it anyhow. I want that one." So I got a set of Beats by Dre that I normally just keep downstairs and wear them if I'm doing stuff downstairs. And then I've got a set of IsoTune wireless over the ear that I wear when I'm out doing the yard work and stuff, which is great. Yeah, the Hedamame prints were pretty easy to do. Probably the hardest thing was the band, but you just have to remember, okay, try it once. If it doesn't stick, put a brim on it, or just say the hell with it and put a brim on it, and you'll be done. But it's just even on most printers, it kind of gets close to the edge, and that's where a lot of printers lose a lot of heat is right at the edge. So doing a brim's a good safety thing. Yeah, the audio quality on it though is really good. You got one successful print in PA12. Okay. Yeah, I got some Copier. I printed some Copier, and I also have some PC Max. I don't think I have PA12. I don't think I, yeah. Let me double check. I don't think I have any PA12. Yeah, I just have two spools of the Copier and a spool of Polymax PC in blue. Probably get some PA12 at some point. Yeah, it's like me. It's like, okay, I have the PC, but what do I print in it? But it was one of those things that I bought it when, um, yeah, the 612. I think that's the Copier. The Copier is the 612 blend, if I remember right. And I printed my one of my coworkers used to be my former boss, but she took a non-managerial role and I took over as the manager. Um, she just bought a used Ford Maverick, and they actually have like cup holders and things like that that you can 3D print for them. And she asked me to 3D print some cubbies and stuff, so I printed some out in ABS and some out in the Copier. And she said all of them have been great. None of no warping or anything in the vehicle. So she actually goes into work every day. Oh, the 612 is new. Gotcha. And the only big thing though is you gotta dry it. Like I sat there and dried it overnight. Got up the next day, started running another drying cycle, and about 3 hours in is when I actually pulled it out and ran it through PTFE tubing into the printer and printed with it. All right, yeah, it should turn out nice, and when it's done, I will take a picture of it and post it up on Twitter or X, whatever. I'll do a tweet and I'll post it up on the Discords. I'll probably throw one up on Polymaker as well as Fabrico's as well. because it's a Fabrico kit. We're printing with Polymaker. All the parts were printed in Polymaker, so why not, right? So thanks a lot, Zombie. Are you streaming tonight? Ah, do you guys like the one helmet? Oh, get some sleep, dude. Yeah, get some sleep. It'll be there tomorrow night. So this is the other helmet that I printed. This is Polymaker bronze filament for the main helmet. The blue is Zyletech Cobalt, and then the temple stud inserts, the ends of the respirator tubes and the soul patch here are Polymaker Silk Chrome. This is another. This is a Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine Chaplain's helmet. I still need to do the the eye inserts and of course put padding in it, but it does fit. Does fit. So yeah, these are really cool prints. A lot of people really like these on the stream. I've been afraid to take them to shows just because I'm afraid that one, they may grow feet and walk off, or two, that somebody damages it. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to take the other one, and I might take this one as well to Earth. It depends on what I can get in the truck. And then this is the Primaris helmet. I still need to print all the accent pieces, but this is actually 3 different parts. So the dome around from the eyes all the way to the back here over the ears is one piece. The ears and the respirator sides is a piece, and then this face shield is a third piece. And so there's some gaps in here where it doesn't fit 100%. So I'm going to have to try and sand those down and get this attached. And then I'll probably have to use some filler and stuff to really make it look nice. But this is the Space Marine Primaris helmet. This is one of the last armor types that came out or has come out so far. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just like doing the helmets. I've also got a this is a Bad Batch Wrecker helmet that I've made like this is super heavy. This is not one you'd want to wear around all day long. But I'm thinking about cleaning it up and painting this one to try and match. But this is done in Polymaker Sparkle Dark Red, which I know looks like brown. Polymaker knows it looks like brown as well. But these little striations you see on it up here, this is from taking the supports off. Oop, we got a failed print. I've got a couple of Halo helmets down here as well. Yep, print failed. So it didn't come detached, but something came loose. So I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, it looks like maybe a piece of the tail piece over here came loose. It was probably just we were running too fast. But let's take a look at the first layer. Switch cameras. There we go. So the first layer, come on, you can do it. Focus. There we go. First layer is looking pretty good. It might be able to be squished ever so slightly more to make sure we don't, because you can see some gaps in those lines. So I will sneak this down just a tad bit more. And we'll save that. Keep forgetting it does that. It scares me every time it does it. And probably, this was printing pretty good. I think the issue may have just been going too fast. And I haven't calibrated we calibrated the E-steps, but we hadn't calibrated the extrusion multiplier on this one yet. So let me say CaliDragon go again. But what I will do is drop the speed down to 75%. It'll go a little bit slower, but we're looking for successful print, not fast print. Oh yeah, I love Bad Batch. In fact, I've got the Galactic Armory, like full set armors for the Bad Batch. It'll just be something I need to work through. I'm starting to I'm starting to get into more of the, I'll say, the cosplay or prop type 3D printing. And then I'm going to, I guess, start trying to learn and figure out painting techniques and things like that. Somebody's working on me trying to talk me into it. So, yeah. It's definitely, they're working to an end game. So they're definitely working toward an end game. So we've got this started. Like I said, I dropped it down another 0.025, which will give it just a tad bit more squish. And the bed's going to heat up. Now the hot end just kicked in, so it's going to start heating up, which it'll do pretty fast. And then you should see it doing a homing sequence very soon. Once this gets started and we start getting a few layers in here, I do want to start looking into who we can raid into, because yes, kind of 9 o'clock and I start streaming right after I get done with work, so I'm kind of getting a little hungry. Not gonna lie. Okay, so I'm not sure whom all is on. I see a lot of people playing games right now. Well, let me actually go back to Twitch over here and see who all is on. I already know. Big Jano's on. Ugly Moose. What's Ugly Moose working on? He's painting a resin printed dragon. We got Big Jano's on. He's doing some design work and some good chatting. I don't know. What do you guys suggest? You guys have any suggestions as to who we should raid into this evening? Anyone, it's not really an off-topic question. We're good with all printers here. Anybody put Micro Swiss hot end on a Merc 0G? Not to my knowledge. As long as there's an EVA mount for it, which, you know, the Micro Swiss, I'm assuming you're talking about like the all metal hot end, would be a Creality style. So if there's a Creality style mount for the EVA 2.4, I don't see why it wouldn't work. I mean, it's not going to be high flow, but that the Inner 3 over here in the corner has been rocking a Micro Swiss all metal hot end for like 5 years. Ah, now you're talking the Micro Swiss NG toolhead. That I do not believe so, Timor. You would have to check out the 0G Discord, but I'm pretty sure nobody's put a Micro Swiss NG on it. I do have, a Micro Swiss NG direct drive. I'm going to put this on my TiVo Tarantula, which is my first 3D printer. When I revive it, I'm going to put this on it. I know this one is for the Ender 5 series, but I bought the right plate for it. They just didn't have the right one when I bought it at the Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. But yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody's. I'm not even sure how you would put a Micro Swiss NG on there. Because they're really made for a belt running in a specific direction and not a, you'd have to do some type of adapter plate to do it. I mean, all things are doable. You probably have to design one. Well, that first layer is looking nicer. Exactly. Yeah, and I did drop this down to 75% speed. So this is 75% of what it was configured at, and it's still hitting 90 millimeters a second going around the edge. I just saw 113 for half a thought. Yes, Chris, it's printing again. Welcome on back, my friend. So yeah, the hot end. So the hot end that I had previously was the black one here, and the one that came in had the standard aluminum. And I believe the logo and everything was etched on the back because it had the logo at the top and Rook Mark 1 down at the bottom. And I did check the filament path before I even mounted it. And as you can tell, it was nice. It was definitely a good one. So we swapped it out, which got my wires nice again. So that was the other thing that was killing me about having the CR is the wires were all kludged up here. It was just messing with my pretty printer feng shui. But we had a Cali Dragon on here that failed, unfortunately. Let me see if I can find it. Where did I toss it? I didn't toss it in there, did I? Where'd I put it? Maybe I did toss it in there. I don't know. But we had one that failed. It was about that tall, but I think it caught a piece of the tail and knocked it off, and so it caused it some issues. But yeah, it's printing, and it's printing well. I just dropped the speed down to 75% of what it was sliced for. But I tell you, this is the same file that I was running on my other Rook. So, and it's the one that, this is the same file that I was running on the Rook at Murph. So, hey Chris, while you're on here, how big is do you know how big your booth space is at Earth? Oh, nice. You're going to have plenty of room. Okay. Do you want the 0G Mercury at your table again? Because if so, I will bring it. And I will bring the Trident as well. And tell everybody where I got the really, really cool sticker. But all right, sounds good. Sounds good. We'll definitely keep in touch. But yeah, we're back up and running. We started off the stream. Let me pick this beast up. We started off the stream working on putting some skirts on the belt printer. And as you can see, let me switch that around so you guys can see it a little bit easier. We do still have prints on the belt printer. They're not going anywhere. They like to stay on there until they're peeled off on the back. But the belt printer had been printing nonstop since Tuesday, pooping out penguins. So not the fastest printer, but it's been sitting there pooping out penguins left and right. So we'll keep that going because those are my Toys for Tots prints, and then eventually I'll swap it out and put some larger cosplay prop stuff on it. But yeah, folks, like I said, it is just about 9 o'clock and the dragon's hungry. Oh, the belt's been going beautiful. Beautiful. Like I said, I had the first print attempt was a little high. The second one, I lowered it and it was good. And then I couldn't leave well enough alone. So I got bored on Sunday and swapped the Creality controller out for a Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3 V3, that I bought from you, and put clipper on it. So it's fully clipperized now, and it's obviously still printing just as well. So I'm putting skirts on it, and I'm going to relocate the power supply to the bottom and get the controller moved back up underneath just to make the wire runs a little bit easier. And the plan is to do the upgrade kit when that arrives. I've ordered it. I still have got no shipping information yet, but it'll be the upgrade kit takes the X and Y to linear rails, and comes with a a BiQ H2 V2 or H2 V2S extruder, and I've decided I want the Revo side, so I've already got the H2 V2S Revo, and that will allow me to run the belt nozzles that George gave me at Rocky Mountain Rep Fest. So, hey, Robin, how's it going? How is it going? Welcome on in. Yeah, I will once I get it installed. Like I said, I'm going to wait for that upgrade kit to come in. I'll be honest with you. You were the first place I looked for them, and you didn't have them. So I just went to, I think it was like $10 more to get it from Amazon than it would be to order directly from BQ. But I know BQ is going to take a couple of weeks to get here. So I just ordered from Amazon. It was here the next day. Yeah. Like when I order from you, I know it's going to be there in a couple of days. And it's kind of one of those things that, like, you and Fabrico are one of the first places I look because you're East Coast and I know it'll get here quicker. West 3D takes a couple of days longer. Same thing with Tensor. It's just the postal system. Hell, I've had stuff shipped to me from Raleigh, North Carolina, which is literally less than a 30-minute drive from me. And it has gone to Greensboro, which is 2 hours the other way, and then back to me. You know, makes no sense. But yeah, I could order from BQ and it takes a couple of weeks to get here, or I order from BQ's site on Amazon and it gets here. You know, I can get it the next day. Yeah, it's USPS. So, but yeah, folks, like I said, I am looking to. Yeah, gotta love the Central Depot, definitely. Yeah, I need to go ahead and call the stream because I am getting super duper hungry. It's been 6 hours or so since I've eaten, so I do need to go and eat something. I'm looking to see who is on. We've got Big Jano doing some design work. It's Thursday night, so I'm not sure if he's run marbles already or not, but marbles is always fun. We also got Ugly Moo, who's working on some crafting. A lot of people that I know are actually playing video games. So, what's everybody feel like working on tonight or seeing? Jano is slicing. No, I'm looking at Jano now. He's working in looks like Fusion 360. Now, it looks like he's working on something in Fusion 360. Yeah, I think the Jang is working on. I thought that was a Lego set, but it's not. He's 3D printing something. I don't know if he's chatting. Oh, wait. No, stop that one. Jang's working on a Lego set. Of course, he's one of our brick builders in the community. Ugly Moo is working on. He's got something printing and he's painting something. It was supposed to be a dragon, but it looks like it'd be a base or something for the dragon. Yeah, he's editing a model and he's got something printing. So trying to get all your printers working again. Yeah, I'm I think every printer up here is working except for the Timo Tarantula, which is kind of in parts over here in the corner. I just can't bring myself to get rid of it, so we're going to rebuild it, make it better. This one has pushed plastic. This one I'm putting over here at our Trident. It has pushed plastic, but I got the panels for it now, so I put titanium backers on the X and Y. I added lights. I've got the panels on it now, or well, the two side panels. I got to get the rest of the panels on it, and I need to figure out a camera for it. Don't have to, but want to. So I'll probably get this one set up, and I'm thinking I'm going to take the Prusa Mini downstairs, because that's one that my wife can just walk over and go print for things that she needs that I have pre-sliced for the garden. And so we'll get the Trident up here on the top, which means I might need to move my Polymaker sign somewhere else for the time being, or at least raise it up or something. But yeah. So I'm hearing Jano. I am hearing Jano. I'm good with Jano. He's only got 14 people in there with him right now, so that's good. Let's give him a bump. So I'm going to ask if everybody that's out here with me, please let's jump over and give Jano a raid. Or give Jano a raid. Let's go jump into Big Jano. There we go. And like I said, he's out there doing some design work in Fusion 360. He's really good. He does a lot of cool designs, and a lot of his designs he sets up for lighting as well. So he does the electronics and the LED lights and everything for them. So he does some really cool stuff. So please go on over there with me. Let's show him some love as well. And that's going to be it for the night. Once again, Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, U.S., I will be going live, and we will be starting the LDO Motors 2.4 build. So thank you all very much for being with me tonight and coming and hanging out, and the raids that we had. That was so awesome. Thank you so much. And with that, I will see you all next time. Thank you, folks. Bye now.